Good morning, everybody. If we can start to take our seats, we're going to get our next session started. And if we can have our folks from Future Dial come up to the stage, we'd appreciate that very much. Good morning, Miss Allison. Can we have our panelists and folks come up to the stage, please? Thank you very much. All right, while they're making their way up on the stage, how was day one for you? Good? Okay. Well, welcome to day two, or as I like to call it, hangover. Not for me, I haven't had a drink in 38 years, but for everybody else. I'm just old and tired. Choices, Darren. So many chairs to choose from.
I know. Taking the one that doesn't look the same.
That's it. You got to stand out, right? Speaking of standouts, here comes Mr. Sprosty. Can't get enough stage time with this guy. All right. This ought to be a great panel discussion, folks, because, again, we're trying to do practical application here. So when we're talking about AI, a lot of this is going to be demystification. What is it? What does it do? How does it benefit you? Things of that nature. And I think they've done a great job of putting together a very diverse panel. And I'm not talking culturally diverse. I'm talking intellectually diverse from the perspective of how they look at AI in that sense. So with that, no further ado, I'm going to hand the microphone over to Dave, and Dave will be facilitating the session. So here you go. Thanks.
Thanks, Bob. Well, good morning, everybody. Hopefully there aren't too many people suffering from overindulgence last evening. I know I am. So let me quickly introduce our wonderful panelists today. And I think you're going to find it to be interesting because they represent a lot of different areas of the circular economy. So first of all, Darren Bodanik. And Darren is
Hello.
Chief Evangelist at Future Dial. Over the past decade, he's helped develop many of the technologies that power automated device diagnostics and cosmetic grading. Today, he's leading the work in an AI-powered computer vision and robotics, giving him a front row seat to what AI can and can't do in real production environments. Thanks for being here. And then we have, I'm not going in a particular order here, Kitty Vang. And Kitty is Chief Operating Officer of YY Wireless, where she oversees end-to-end operations across purchasing, refurbishment, e-commerce, wholesale, and fulfillment. She leads a business processing hundreds of millions of dollars in mobile devices each year and brings the operator's perspective on using AI to improve efficiency without losing sight of the customer. And we have Nick Rahman. And Nick is CEO of PhoneX, whose software platform powers billions of dollars in mobile device transactions annually. Nick has a unique vantage point across the industry, seeing how wholesalers and distributors are adopting AI, from pricing and automation to software development, and where the technology is developing measurable value. And we also have the infamous G. Delhomme. And G is one of the pioneers in the circular economy and mobile. During his career, he helped launch the world's first certified pre-owned smartphone program and one of the first OEM trade-in programs. Today, he's an entrepreneur focused on AI-enabled business operations, giving him a unique perspective on where AI creates value and where we're chasing the wrong problems. And so, this is about a year into entrepreneurialism now. Is that right? I'm a recovering entrepreneur myself, so.
He's got a great haircut, too.
I have a great haircut. I might become a recovering entrepreneur eventually, yes.
Okay, and then last but not least, we have Kim Allison from Assurant, and she brings decades of leadership experience spanning AT&T and now Assurant, where she's helping shape how AI is deployed at enterprise scale. She combines deep operational experience with practical perspective on organizational change, governance, and what it really takes to move AI from pilot to projects to everyday business. So thank you for being here, everybody. Now I'd like to just set the stage a little bit. This is not a series of interviews today. What we talked about when I introduced the panel a couple of weeks ago, and what I usually do, is I want you to just imagine that you just spent a long day at the conference here, and you're sitting in the bar out there, and you're talking about AI and what happened. So this is meant to really be much more confidential, talking about what's actually working in AI, what's disappointing, what we've learned, and where the industry is headed. So I'm going to just give a little preamble here. So our topic today is AI and reverse logistics in 3 sections: real-world applications, lessons learned, what's next. So we're breaking this discussion into those 3 buckets. But first, I'd like to say a little bit about AI. And we had a debate a couple of weeks ago as well. Machine learning or computer vision, that's not really AI. Well, AI has been around for 70 years, and it's not really new. What's changed isn't the existence of AI, it's the accessibility. For decades, AI meant things like machine learning, computer vision, predictive analytics. Then ChatGPT introduced millions of people to generative AI, and that's the way it feels now. To many people, it's the first experience they've ever had with AI. But it's actually only the latest chapter in what's going to be a much longer story. So the revolution isn't that AI suddenly exists. The revolution is that virtually every business now has access to AI powerful enough to change how work gets done. So what we're going to do is we're going to start out here with question number 1. The industry has historically been slow to adopt technology. This time, is it different? And I think, Nick, you were going to kind of take a perspective on this.
Yeah, thanks so much. I think this is a great question. It's a great topic. My conclusion at the end of the day is that AI, it is different this time. I think our industry has had challenges in adopting technology for a couple of reasons. First of all, from a machine learning perspective, only those with a lot of data were really able to leverage AI in the past. So we have clients who have tons and tons of pricing data or transactional data who could have access to it. But the new generative AI can be used with a limited set of data, which is very, very different. The other reason that technology has not been adopted as much in this industry is because this industry is different. Having very generic software doesn't really work in the industry, right? You need to have software that is purpose-built for this industry. And the problem is, because every single business is a little bit different, it's been very difficult for companies to adopt technology. What's different with generative AI and the reasoning capabilities is that you can now build very, very specific tools to your use case. And I think that's going to be the main difference, is being able to customize to exactly what your business needs. Now, what's very important to understand, though, is that just because you can build, you can build tools, building scalable software still might be a challenge, but you can now take the software that does 90% of what you need it to do and build that last 10% that is specific to your business. So I think, as a software vendor, our challenge would be to enable clients to do that and unleash their creativity. But I think that's what's really different this time, is that ability to really customize whatever tools you're using to the specific use case that helps you make money.
Anybody else? Kim, you have a thought? Or
It's definitely here, and it's happening. I think that there are varying degrees of adoption, obviously, and to think that it's going to be easy would be a mistake. Like, it still takes a lot of expertise and guidance and focus to develop AI tools that actually work, and so I think that's the skill set that I'm looking at the most. Who are the people that can help me apply this? I believe the premise that it can do almost anything. I believe and accept the premise, but getting from here to success there is going to be what we are all talking about for quite a long time, I think.
Yeah, and I'll just add, thinking about what is different this time and why the adoption is so quick, I think it's because of the move from CPU to GPU. You've created an exponential processing power, which is why nobody can get any RAM for the for the next year or two. Everybody's got a RAM shortage because that processing power that got offloaded from CPU to GPU really created a jump that allowed an almost instantaneous feedback that makes you feel like you're talking to a human. And that, I think, really is going to be a differentiator for adoption this time.
You know, I was talking with a friend of mine, Dave Dillard, last night, who has been he has a restaurant and has been using this application for taking orders over the phone automatically for takeout. And he suggested to the developer to add sounds of restaurants, activity in a restaurant in the background. And I jumped on and experienced it. I could not believe how less it felt like AI, just because there wasn't that pause while you're waiting for it. It almost like, well, it's really noisy here. So it's very interesting. You think about how it iterates. To your point, it seems more natural. All right, so we're going to move on to the next question. Where are you seeing real adoption versus hype? I think, Darren, you were going to jump on this one.
Well, yeah, I mean, with our use case at Future Dial, where we're seeing, where we're utilizing it and have real adoption, is layering on top of the machine learning that we've already been building for 8 years in imaging. Due to the speed of the analysis and computer vision inference, we've been able to, by taking a measured step towards AI, computer vision, we've been able to focus the computer vision specifically on the areas that machine learning traditionally has had troubles. And so just recently, in the last 6 months, 4 months, we've been seeing real improvements, especially in those problematic areas, like camera cracks and camera glass and things like that, camera lenses. We were finding that machine learning not only does, computer vision on top of the machine learning does not only a great job of finding it, especially with the processing, it's finding it very, very quickly. And so we're able to layer it on top of the original, cycle time of the device without increasing any cycle time. So it's great.
Anybody else?
Yeah, to add on to that, we're seeing similar things in our vision systems. What I think it's helping us to do, though, is to connect. We have multiple steps in the process and a lot of data inputs upstream and downstream, and the ability for our teams, what previously might have taken a lot of meetings every week to gather those inputs and piece them together, we're now able to feed into an engine that is helping to route and decision make and make more real-time decisions about devices as we're processing them through, rather than your older standardized, routing or even automated routing tools in the past. They're getting smarter and faster because we're able to join all of these disparate systems and data sets together and apply the understanding of what should happen next. Obviously, we're seeing it in call centers and upstream of what this ecosystem cares about in our customer care flows in protection and trade-in programs as well. Less interesting to this group, but huge efficiencies already being recognized.
Who else? All right, we'll move on. Share one AI application that's creating measurable business value today. And I think this is something, Kitty, we're pretty passionate about.
Yeah, so I think everybody on the stage, we kind of have a different role. My role is operations. So with all the different departments that I'm running in the company, one thing I'm seeing, when AI first came out, we start to see them on our e-com platforms. Obviously, these chatbots start to pop up, right, to help you answer questions and stuff like that. And for us, we do have a whole team of customer service reps that's working currently, and we are seeing using the AI can really help with the customer service efficiency. For example, there's a lot of those pre-sale questions and asking if this phone is unlocked, asking if this phone is compatible with their carriers, before it have to kind of take a human being to actually reply that message. Is such a simple message, but now with the AI, now obviously it can read the listing information and everything. We can just do a very quick reply. So we're seeing a lot of efficiency increasing on the customer service side, and I think piggyback on Nick's point earlier, he was saying, you know, a lot of people can start really using AI build tools that helps that work, no matter what our role is. Example, we do have an HR department as well. So writing out policy, doing researches, checking, see if this thing is, you know, compliant, something like that. It really helps people with efficiency, but I do think that you have to have the correct mindset, and you do have to have the right knowledge. This goes back to human-led AI, right? You have to be the person that actually have the brain. It's just you have to lead a robot to make the right decision for you, and the robot cannot make that decision.
Yeah, and we were talking about this, I think, a week ago. I mean, really, it does a great job of giving you an initial framework to work and then fill out, right? I was speaking specifically with some coding I was doing, and it did a great job of starting, giving me what I needed as a framework for code, but then you have to go back and do a lot of, you know, auditing and testing. So it's more, it's kind of shifting the work, but for me, it's so much of a help just to have that initial framework, just like done.
Yeah, and I want to give another example also to piggyback on that. So unlike everybody else on this panel, I'm a solopreneur, right? So there's only me, there's no other team. So I built out a complete second brain. I have about 50 agents working for me, AI agents. And I'll give you a very specific example that I actually ran just last week. So I was discussing with one of my vendors, and I wanted to explain very clearly what the requirements were going to be. So I went to my tool, and I asked, my prompt was very simple. Give me a one-page SOW for this partner and use my brand. And within 5 minutes, I had a one-page SOW with my brand, my colors, my font, everything. And I looked at it, and there was not a single mistake. It was exactly perfect. It would have taken me hours to do on my own. So AI obviously can do amazing things for ops, consumer support, etc. But even for the smaller entities of us, the gain in time, once the tool has been set up properly, the gain in time and productivity is absolutely insane.
Yeah, I think I also wanted to give a couple examples. So historically, our clients have used machine learning to, you know, automate things like pricing and negotiation, but these are guys that have lots and lots of data, and they have millions of data points, and they can automate pricing. But I think with the newer kind of reasoning capabilities and with the LLMs, to G's point, you know, solo entrepreneurs, small companies can use it. And what I'm seeing, one of my clients, two of them I'm seeing doing very interesting things. They're essentially building on top of the PhoneX software. So one of them is using AI to essentially go and prospect all the retail stores. They want to get all the retail stores they can buying from them. So they essentially have AI do the research, find all the stores, and then actually do robocalling and call the stores. And then the leads come in, the leads get captured in PhoneX. And then once the leads get captured, now he has rules that trigger as soon as the customer comes in. I want to make sure my rep knows. I want to call them. Once we sell something to them, do the after sales support. So they're essentially building these additional tools on top of the software that we have. Another client who's very enterprising, essentially, we have a CRM capability in PhoneX. He's extended that functionality to sort of do exactly what he wants to do with the database of customers based on, hey, when was the last time they logged in? Did they used to buy this phone and now they don't buy it anymore? And do we have that phone in stock? Now I'm going to quickly trigger to my sales reps that they need to call that guy. So I think very enterprising people like G or like, you know, clients who are really at the front end, the leading edge, are doing really innovative things. And I think the key is to help like I said, unleash their creativity.
So that was, what, 11 use cases we just heard. That's pretty impressive. All right, so we're going to move on to part 2 here, which is lessons learned. And I'm sure that many of us in this room have learned some valuable lessons just in toying with some of the amazing developments that have happened with these tools over the period of the last couple of years. So why doesn't somebody just start out and tell us about a project that sounded promising, but ultimately wasn't worth the investment? I think you had this one, Kim.
Is this me? Okay. I'm looking to see who's in the room. Okay, good. My boss at the time. He wasn't on board, but he let me do it. I think accepting the premise and understanding the opportunity that was there in a prior life, really wanted to solve. Essentially, I wanted to solve all of my problems with one AI solution. And I was actually chatting, in prep for this panel, I was chatting with the partner that I was using at the time. And I was interested in their perspective on what went wrong. And obviously I have no regrets, right? Like you push and you try to apply. Like somebody has to try to apply this and make it work. Someone has to make it happen. And just sitting there and not applying AI to all of the complexity that I was trying to manage didn't feel right. But I absolutely wasn't ready. And so on hindsight, in talking and thinking through it myself and thinking through it with the partner that I worked with, we were trying to solve too many things at once. We needed more focus and discipline on the outcomes that we were looking for, and there's a level of adoption. It's growing now. It's increasing now. I don't think that will be an issue going forward. But it was just difficult. There was such apprehension around the notion that this kind of tool could replace the work that my analysts were doing every day, that it was difficult. The very people that I really needed to get on board and adopt and help refine the model were the ones that were maybe creating some of the headwinds to it. But I think that the focus and the discipline is the biggest thing. You need to define what you're trying to solve, and clearly you need good data and solid inputs. And we ran into all of those things. Again, no regrets, and the partner actually has continued to refine the tool and has been able to monetize it, so that's great news for them. When I dropped out, they just kept going, which is a good news story for them.
Yeah, and I'm going to give an example that's a bit more tactical, a bit more specific. Same story, but basically just a level down. So I also advise a CEO. He's not here today, but he's in the industry. And I told him, hey, every morning I have my dashboard that comes automatically via email, tells me everything I've done yesterday, everything I need to do today, what to keep track of, the project status, etc. You should do the same. You have all the tools. And he said, well, I tried one day and it didn't work. I said, what do you mean it didn't work? Well, I gave it access to all my drives, all my emails, my bank account, and then the next day it gave me some BS. Like I got technically actually an email from Assurance, and in my email, so I got an email from Assurance yesterday, and this morning my cloud told me that I had this amazing partnership with Assurance because the AI did not understand that Assurance email was marketing, did not truly suggest that there was a true partnership and integration with Assurance. And so that was the project that did not work. And so what I explained to him and what we ended up building together was saying, look, AI is phenomenal. It's like the best intern you've ever had, but you still have to train it. Yes. And some of the data AI should not have access to. So in my own setup, it doesn't have access to my bank account. It does not send email on my behalf. I review manually every single thing. However, it still has access to my drafts, to my emails, but every one of those 50 agents I talked about, those 50 AI agents, has one job. It's not one AI that's going to do everything. Yeah. Every single one has one job and only one. And then after that, I have some other AI agents who are going to cross-check, confirm it works, it makes sense. And then I, the human, what Kelly was talking about, human has to be still in at the end. The human here, me, I'm still reviewing before I act on that. So for my client, this CEO, the issue was not that AI wasn't working. It was the human who had built the system had not given the guardrails that was required. Right?
Yeah, to your point, I would say something that I struggled with when I was going through school is you got to remember to double check your work. Always.
Yeah, hallucination. So I had to throw this one out. So about a month ago, we took two very large companies to China to learn about physical AI, and we had everything set up with all of these different, the major robotics players. It's a 9-day thing, and somehow, ChatGPT, we asked for kind of the lay of the land of what was going to happen out there, and it was talking about, its job was to go out and pull information publicly and then bring it back in and give its take. Well, it came back and said that the CEO of this, so we were working for one of the big 3 consulting firms, and the CEO of their client was going to be in China at the same time. At least that's what ChatGPT said. So we sent this thing off saying, hey, you might want to think about different arrangements because the CEO is going to be there. So it's a valuable lesson, and that was going, by the way, that was going through Copilot. So you're going to you've always got to double and chip, and that's what I've always told people. It's called practice what you preach. So let's move on to the next topic here, which is, are we solving, actually, I'm sorry, I skipped it off. We've all lived through PCs, Excel, big data, blockchain, and now AI. So how do you separate what's genuinely transformational from the new shiny object? And G, I think you were going to start off with this.
Thank you. Happy to take on this one. So, so I don't have any hair left, but some of you have kind of grayish hair, so you'll relate. I'm old enough to remember where big data was. Well, first, the computer in the 90s. Computers are amazing. It's going to solve every issue. And then 2010, we got big data. Oh, silver bullet. It's amazing, right? Then blockchain. I was one of those, like, oh, I love blockchain. It's going to be amazing. Yeah, there's some use cases, amazing, but it's not the end-all be-all, and AI is a bit of the same. So I think there's this human nature that's going to make us always hope that the new thing is the thing, is going to solve all the issues. And as we've already discussed here a little bit, no, it's not. It's an amazing tool, but it's an extension of us. It's a force multiplier. It's not the magic wand. And I think as we work with AI, as our teams work with AI, we have to always remember that. It's only as smart as the human beings behind the keyboard.
Okay, the next perspective here is, are we solving the right problems with AI? Who has some thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, are we solving the right problems? I guess how do you define what the right problem is? I think that's the biggest issue is, I think, to go back to the other point just for a second, I think the biggest change and what is, and I already said this, but the biggest differentiator is the move of the process from a CPU to a GPU, which has accelerated the feedback that you get to be almost instantaneous. Sometimes maybe for the hard things, you're building a program, it takes a while to crunch through some code and find the right libraries and then import them and then check and make sure everything's working. But that has accelerated so much, and so the question of what problems are you trying to solve, I think we haven't even begun to work through the amount of power that you have available at your hands to effectively, feed in the data that you need to solve the problem, right? We're now at a problem where you need to really refine and make sure the data is good because you've got so much processing that can quickly find you a solution as long as the data is the accurate, data that you're looking for to solve that problem. That's I think the problem that we have now.
I think if you talk about, are we really solving problem that's in the reverse logistic, area, right? This industry, and first we need to really identify what the problem is. I think me as an operator, and we talk about this at almost every event, every panel that we talk about grading, and we really think that the grading right now is an industrial problem. The reason being, well, I think there are two problems. One is a very subjective human idea of, it's based on the human eyes, the lighting of the room and then everything. And then my definition of A grade is obviously going to be different than Kim's definition, right? So it's a very subjective. The other problem with grading is that every OEM, every vendor, every company, every selling platforms have a different definition of A grade. So thinking about how we use AI to really solve this problem, I don't know if we all wanted to kind of discuss about that.
Well, yeah, go ahead. Keep talking.
You know, we have to start somewhere. And I think there are probably some, like, you know, global humanity level things that can be, you know, improved by AI. But until we all learn how to use it and apply it, we probably won't get there. And so I think that it falls on all of us to deploy curiosity and understand, how can I apply this to the problems that I face every day, you know, in managing my personal life and all of the demands of it, in managing my career, in leading my team, even, you know, even across the enterprise. We start somewhere. We start tackling our problems with the focus. Please don't waste your money or resources or time, you know, doing it otherwise. But then we go from there. It's too lofty a question for me to answer right now, in general.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think that's kind of like a trick question, because there is no problem that we all have at the same time. We all have different problems, and I think the whole point is, are you defining what your problem is? I think Kim said it earlier, and G said it too. Are you defining your objective? And typically your objective, if you're in this industry, has something to do with making more money. So are you making more revenue, driving more customers, or are you reducing your cost? And if you haven't set that as your objective and you're not measuring it against those objectives, then you're solving the wrong problem. You're doing busy work, right? So ultimately you have to solve problems that drive the business forward. And if you can't measure that you are driving the business forward and making more money, then, you know, you're just playing around with technology, which is fun to do too, but it's not what you're really there to do.
Yeah, one thing, just real quick, I wanted to go back to something that Kitty said about grading, because to me, I think that there is potentially a solution there utilizing a central system for grading. So instead of having individual you know, manual operators looking at something and saying, my A is different than your B, and it's different than you're excellent, and this, there is an opportunity there, if everybody can agree that it's accurate and the data is good, to send images, as long as the images are, you know, you can agree this is the playing field for the images. We're going to have it in this resolution. We're going to take it, and it's going to be, you know, the 1/4 inch away from the device and corner this. If you can define all of those properties and then send that data up to an AI, and everybody's utilizing that same central AI, or at least has a grading system that pulls data into it, then I think that there is actually an opportunity to extrapolate away from human grading in that realm. There is.
So just a thought I just literally had right now. We hadn't rehearsed this one at all. I think a great use case for AI would be to reinvent the issue and.
Closer to your mouth.
Oh. Can you hear me now? All right, thank you, sorry. So I'm thinking of a use case that AI actually would be perfect for. So grading in this industry, historically we've done, I own the phone, I grade, and then I resell based on my grade. And the guy who buys from me, you know, whatever, they are going to buy my grade. Fundamentally though, what we are trying to do is to get those products into the hands of consumers. AI would be a perfect tool to do research and identify what consumers actually expect and need, and from there work back to a grading that then our tools can accommodate in order for us to create a grade letter, grading standard, whatever, that's going to be what the end consumer wants. So instead of us having to fight at every single step of the reverse logistics process, I on the phone, I resell it to Nick looks at it, resells to Kitty, resells to, and every one of us says, it's not the right grade. Doesn't matter, and what does the consumer want? And AI research, go to Reddit, right?
Are you going to sponsor this? Are you going to sponsor this initiative?
Say what?
Are you going to sponsor this initiative? I love it.
We should.
Okay, so under the heading of just closing out, are we solving the wrong problems? One of the things that I've seen particularly in, I'll call it the elephant in the room over this particular industry right now, is we know that the throughput of devices slows down as people hold on to their phones longer, right? And so, to me, one of the things I struggle with is there's a lot of work being done on, hey, we can do this faster, better, easier, more efficiently, take our costs out, create a more seamless experience for the customer. But one of the things, which is a brilliant use case for AI, and you just don't see a lot of people doing, is AI to help you determine where you should play in the adjacent markets of the circular economy. In other words, here's my core competency. I'm good at these 2 to 3 things. Help me figure out where I should play next and build a case for it. And the reason I bring that up is the next question here is around what decisions should really require human judgment. I think the challenge with something like that is you can't do that. You can't let AI do that for you. You've got to be extremely involved, human-led throughout the process. So the next question here is really around what decisions should really require human judgment. In other words, if you didn't have it in the center of this, things would not go well. And I think, Kitty, I think you had a perspective on this.
Honestly, I think almost everything to today still requires human decision on all the AI apps that we're looking at. Even because we have our internal IT team, we have our internal pricing, we have all that. We create tools, we create a system that to use to help with efficiency with the company. But at the end of the day, AI cannot make decisions. You can use them to create tools, but we need to have the talent people on the team, no matter from what department, from what user case that we're seeing to today. I think almost everything you still have to have a human interact with it and make a decision.
I'd say less of, more of a pet peeve than anything else is, and what I would say is intrapersonal communication should never be AI. And my biggest pet peeve is when someone sends me a Teams message or an email, and you can clearly tell all they did was just copy and paste from ChatGPT. It's like literally just, we know how to use it. You don't need to just send me an email of it.
Yeah, 3 M dashes in the email. And
It's the worst.
I'm going to take a slightly different take. I think we get to the same endpoint, but from a different angle. I think so again, AI is a tool, and that's something I believe very strongly. And I mentioned earlier how I look at it as a force multiplier. And from that angle, I believe that we should look to AI to do everything that the human cannot do, or cannot do as well or as fast. So that over time, the part of AI, the part of the work that AI takes just expands until we are comfortable, to Kelly's point, until maybe one day we are comfortable for AI to do absolutely everything. We are nowhere near that. But in my job, again, as a solopreneur, I'm trying to work myself out of a job. I'm trying to get my AI agents to do my job for me. So I will constantly educate them, build guardrails. I have a board of advisors, so I downloaded some thought leaders, all their writings, all their thinking, and I run that against my AI's output, so that slowly the part where I'm required becomes smaller and smaller and smaller. Today, at the end of the day, I send the email because it's my company, it's my name on it, it's my name to choke. I cannot fire an agent, I can fire myself. My clients can fire me, but I'm trying to get everything else really outsourced, including some of the thinking. So one agent is going to do an output, and then another agent is going to take the opposite angle and be a red team and try to find the holes in the first one's logic. And then I'm going to have another agent who's going to look at the board of advisors to say, well, I like this, I don't like that, look at it from finance, from marketing, from ops perspectives, etc. So that over time, I'm still needed, but what I have to do is becoming less and less, and that's what I want.
Yeah, I think to build on what G is saying, I mean, there's a great podcast by Naval Ravikant called How to Get Rich. It was, maybe 5 years ago at least. But it talks about how ultimately, you're trying to drive leverage, right? There's different ways to get leverage. Code is a way to get leverage. You can get financial leverage through people working for you. Ultimately, this is just a tool to get more leverage. To answer, the question, you're making every decision. That's the whole point. You're coding your decision making into your agents. What G is doing is not, the agents are bringing things to him and he's deciding based on his judgment. And I think if you really want to make money in the world or build wealth and essentially spend less time doing the things that you don't want to be doing, then what you need to do is get to a position where all you're doing is making judgment calls, right? It's human judgment that the AI can never do. And even if you say the AI is doing all these things, it's actually just, all it's doing is your will. It's going and doing what you're asking it to do. So at the end of the day, if you can get into a position where all you are doing is making judgment calls, as we get older, as we see more things in the world, we get better and better at making judgment calls. I think that's where you're getting the maximum leverage from AI. And so ultimately, to answer the question, you actually are making all the decisions. You have just outsourced the busy work.
So I would like to acknowledge the one person that's not in this panel right now so that they can represent. You have to pretend you're them and represent them. I'm AI. Where do I outperform people today?
Can you repeat? I didn't hear what you said.
Where does AI outperform people today? So we've been talking about why human-led is critical. Now think about this as, you're a business owner, right? Where does AI outperform people? And also try to think about it around the framework as, what would AI say about that too?
I certainly think with really large data sets that it can take a lot of time or deep analysis to dig into. AI, when guided well, can outperform. It can also land you in a world of hurt if you just rely on it at face value, but that's like anything else, yeah.
I think it's the speed of certain things, and it can help me read a 10-pager and give me a recap real quick. It can record our session, it can record our meetings and give me a recap and an action item after that. So those kind of stuff and really help leadership with free out our time that we have to do all those tedious work. I think that's where but obviously they have to have the right data, but that can help a lot. I think the speed of certain things.
Yeah, I think AI doesn't get tired. I think that's probably the most important point. AI, we have a limited amount of time in the day. It can just do the stuff and it just keeps doing it and doing it. As long as you're directing it appropriately, it's kind of like, back in like the 50s, or I don't know when it was invented, but the washing machine was invented, housewives got so much time back, right? It's like ultimately, it's just another technology. This is what technology does. It takes the low value task off your plate. As long as you are defining exactly what it needs to do, it'll do that, and it won't get tired. So I think that's where you need to be using it.
And since we're talking about housewives.
Yeah, we can hear you. That's good.
Yeah, since we're talking about housewives, also AI has perfect recall, so you will never win an argument if we're talking about what happened in the past.
I mentioned this earlier, but I think where it does a really good job is giving you a starting point. So the framework for, like G was lucky and there were no errors in that statement of work, but it at least gave him a starting point for that statement of work if there were errors. Certainly coding, not having to look up individual libraries and just say, this is what I want to do. find the best library for me and import it into my activity, right? That is way faster than I think any human. And AI would say, thank you very much. I am very, very pleased that I am faster than a human. Because you asked what AI would think of that.
Exactly. Okay, so we're moving on to the last part here, which is what's next. So if every company here had access to exactly the same AI tools tomorrow, who would separate from the, what would separate the winners?
I think it starts from data. For the past few years, I think because every company is different, right? You try to build a system and tools and the procedures and the structure that works for your own, but I think we need to realize that if you don't have the right data, it doesn't matter how fast AI is. If you have bad data, it's just gonna create a faster and bigger chaos. So before anybody implement anything, create any tools, we have to make sure our data is cleared up and we have the right data to feed AI to teach them. I think that's a starting point to really separate out the people, the leadership that care about data, and we can go from there.
I would absolutely second that. Data is paramount. It's one of the most important things. I think having good data and the amount of data that you have is the absolute most important piece of generating a good model. I think also to G's point earlier, he's building agents that are very specific for very specific use cases. I think that also is going to differentiate those who build their own models, those who take their own data and their own information and build a unique model are going to be much more successful than those that take an off-the-shelf model and just try and funnel in their data and shoehorn that model into their use case. I think building a large language model or an image reference model or anything like that, starting from the ground up, knowing that you need to build something with that specific use case, that's the differentiator now in the market. Because there's so many options. There's so many models out there. I can go to Meta, I can go to Google, I can go anywhere I want and grab, even Google now has a low memory model. I could pull something and run it on my phone, right? That doesn't mean it's going to be the best thing for my use case, because my use case might be very specific. And in that case, your own data, your own model is going to be the differentiator and the people that win in the next.
Okay, Nick, you can keep the mic. What's the biggest opportunity over the next 3 years?
Okay, I think exactly what I just said. That is the person who, in our case, for Future Dial's case, what we're doing is we're taking all of that computer vision, all of our history of all of the images that we've recorded from every single device that we've ever saved, and we're building a unique model for defect detection that's identifying defects of a phone as opposed to just a general golden sample model. And I think that we're very excited about it, and I think that's going to be a big differentiator for Future Dial in the next 3 years.
All right, Nick, you can still keep the mic.
Yeah, I think the promise of AI for the next 3 years, or what we can really hope for, is what we've always hoped for, which is to spend less time doing the things that are low value and spend more time doing the things that humans are really good at, right? Relationships, spend more time, what really separates us is that we are human, and ultimately we have judgment and we can form relationships. So spend more time with your customers and actually closing deals and doing things that make money. Spend more time being creative, which AI will never be. Be creative about ways to grow your business and go and actually execute against those things, and spend your time doing things that actually make the company money. I think that's the big opportunity. It's always been the whole point of technology, but I think it's very much within reach with AI tools and with the right partners and the right software.
All right, so the next question, second to the last one here, is what should everyone in this room start doing Monday morning that they weren't doing before?
I'll take a crack at this one, a first crack at least. And as a premise, I want something we haven't really explained yet. And so we've talked about guardrails a lot. We've talked, of course, as Kitty said, data. Data is primary. You cannot have good output if you don't have good input. But as we use AI, and what you guys should keep in mind on Monday morning, Thursday for tomorrow if you want, why do we have hallucinations in the models? Well, the models are designed around, there's two main concepts that I want you to keep in mind. The first one is models are designed to find an answer, positive answer if possible, so by default they want to agree with you. No matter what harebrained idea you have, by default the model will say, oh, that's amazing, you're so smart. And then the second thing is, it's also a statistical tool. So AI doesn't think. AI is going to make a bet based on statistics to find the next most logical word. And that's why you have hallucinations, because sometimes it just goes haywire because one of the decision points went left instead of right, and now all of a sudden we are completely in the boonies. So that's why also we need guardrails. That's why we need specialized agents who have just one job to do, to bring back AI into the right direction. And the way to be successful and the differentiator between other companies, even if we all have the same system, and what matters, as Nick pointed out, at the end of the day, we need to drive business, we need to make money. The precision and the validity of all the guardrails you are building up. So you have to teach the agent what you want, where you want to go, and then the agent can actually support you and make you faster and better. But until that happens, you are going to get randomized outputs, because that's what the agent is built to do by construction.
I would say the thing to do is commit to curiosity, commit to finding ways to apply all of these possibilities to your work. Obviously at Assurant, there's a very focused and a disciplined top-down approach to AI, where we have funded business cases, and we have tiger teams and resources specifically allocated to it. And to the earlier question, if your execution and your discipline is sloppy in general, it's going to be the same with AI. That's not going to fix that. So organizational discipline and focus on execution is going to be key in succeeding. But I also think there's so much power. I was chatting with some of our planning teams last week about how they can find ways with the enterprise tools that are available to them, Copilot, Chat, so that we're not obviously sharing data that can't just be shared broadly. But there are so many things as individual users that we can do to make our lives easier every day if we just start sharing information and applying curiosity and understanding. And G's so far ahead of me on this. I need mega tutorials. He'll probably charge me for them, but that's okay because he's on his own now.
This meeting was recorded, by the way. I'm just saying.
But I think it's just do you want to do this? Do you want it? It can make your life a lot easier. It's started to make mine. I'm not great, but I'm getting there. There are things that I don't have to do anymore that I used to. There are things that take a second that used to take so long. We've got to, as individuals, kind of find our way through as well.
I think there's one point we haven't really talked about is security. I think the challenges for all the business owners, the ones that you actually have a team, you have a big company, Monday morning, maybe you should really ask everybody that what are they doing with AI? Because I can guarantee you they're using AI more than you think and and what kind of apps are they building? Where did they post this app? Is it public reachable? What kind of company data is in the app that it shouldn't be shared with whoever? So I think the challenge with everybody really is, sure, we can have Chat built as a little thing and it helps with pricing, with everything, but where is this information shared? Is it actually secure for you? So using them is good, but also you have to use them safely.
Okay, final question here, and we're going to try to get some time for questions, so we'll do this as a speed round. What scares you?
For me, the thing that scares me the most is AI-driven laziness, is what I would call it. You know, I think that it's very easy, like to G's point, it convinces you that you're smart. It's also convincing that it's smart. It looks really good, and it's very easy to just go with what the AI says. And it's going to make a lot of people very average, because it's based on data from everyone in the world. And so it's going to, if everyone uses the same AI to do the same things, you're going to get a lot of generic content and a lot of generic activity. So, but to G's point, it is a force multiplier. So the people that are really curious, the people that really want to grow their businesses are going to exponentially grow, while the ones who want to just listen to the AI are just going to become more and more mediocre. So you're going to get this big disparity, even more than we're already seeing in success. But I think for me, it's AI-driven laziness, at least with my team. I want them to trust what they're good at.
And I'll say the same with just one small difference in tone. I love it. I want everybody to do slop. Please do slop so I can be better.
There are a couple fears. Number one for me is the human interaction. There are actually companies that can create a virtual version of me to attend meetings and take notes and come back to me and tell me what happened with the meeting today. I fear that we lose the human interactions that actually talk face to face and not sending chat GPT emails to each other. I'm afraid of losing that. That's my first fear. My second fear is that this might be like a mother's instinct. I'm scared for this next generation, how they use AI and what they think AI can do for them. I think we need to guide the future kids and the next generation to use AI how we're supposed to use. They still need to understand and have the knowledge before they just rely on robots, and that's my second fear.
I have 2 teenagers and a 10-year-old, and it scares me that they won't learn how to learn and think, because then that's when we're all in trouble. When right, that's what the movies are made of, when the robots take over, right? So it's a challenge. I mean, that we have to guide them through and help them face together. And same with employees. I don't want to be hiring people who don't know how to think.
Yeah, I mean, going last, you guys said all the fears. That was my fear, is I wouldn't have any fear because you guys all went before me and I wouldn't have. Overconfidence, I agree. Overconfidence is the biggest fear. You're going to have people who start using this, they get told that they're very smart by the AI thinks it's smart, everybody's happy, and you get this overconfidence. It actually reminds me of very quickly, it reminds me of a park ranger in Yosemite when they were testing new trash cans, and they said that they were having difficulty deploying these trash cans because there was significant overlap between the smartest bears and the dumbest humans. And so that is what worries me about AI, is you've got these people being fooled very easily, and the processing power keeps increasing. And so you're going to get, some smart bears using AI.
That's great. So what scares me is you've seen Bob Lafone and how tall he is. I don't want to have to answer to him if this panel runs over past 10 o'clock. So we have time for, I think, maybe one question or two. Who's got a good one? Right here. You'll have to, we want to have the mic up. What an athlete. Jesus.
Thanks, G. Well, everyone is a good friend, so good morning to everybody. Great topic, great conversation. This is not even a question, more of a comment/thought, is that specifically for secondary markets, right? So we all know trillions of dollars have been invested, are being still invested in building all the infrastructure for AI. Darren, you mentioned about GPUs and all that. So there is crazy amount of investment going on. Already it's been a few years. Our first generation of those GPUs are being outdated. They're all almost ready to come into the secondary markets. So my just general question to you is, what kind of opportunities do you guys see are thinking about how this opens up this massive opportunity for the circular economy / secondary markets.
Who wants to take that?
All I can tell you right now are the list of challenges that we found with it. So there's a lot of work. There's a lot of work ahead in terms of reuse and harvesting. Are you talking about secondary market for the chips? Yeah. It presents a lot of challenges right now. I think it's going to be like the Wild West for a while, and some scrappy entrepreneurs are going to figure some things out, and then the OEMs are going to have to get on board, and then, but it's a challenging proposition, but obviously something that needs to happen.
Yeah, I would say that one of the biggest problems is the older chips, like the 2080s had an extreme amount of power dissipation that was required, and so you've got, a CPU GPU combo, because the older GPUs don't have the ability to be strung together and run, cascaded across CPU or single CPU to multi GPU. But maybe that's the answer right there. Is someone comes up with the ability to scale the CPU, the older CPUs, so that you can scale the older GPUs in that regard. The same way, like Meta is finding a way to find expansion cards and using old DDR4 memory to offload because they don't have any DDR5 memory. But what that's doing now is making the DDR4 memory now go up. So it's who knows? It's one of those things that it's tough. Is there even going to be a secondary market? Are you just going to run it until the card dies? Right? I mean that's possible too.
All right, well, we're going to wrap this up because I'm actually even more scared of the women in wireless having to wait than I am of Bob. So thank you very much, audience, for obviously being very engaged, and really much appreciation to all the panelists here. Let's hear it for them.
Yes, we can't mess with the Women in Wireless panel. Dave, thank you. No, you stay here, dear.
You gotta do battery swaps. Don't ever know. Everything's all on the fly.
All right, good morning again. Welcome to day 2. As I said earlier, if you were in the room, hangover day for most people, not me. Are you ready? You saying, yeah, that's me.
Is this
Oh, you're just
on?
waving to people. Okay. I thought you were agreeing with me. That's all right. No worries. Ready to go? No. Okay. All right. Well, hang on for just a minute. Technical difficulties. Let everybody get seated anyway. I do have to say, I enjoy this more than any other session we do, not because of information as much as just stories. You know, you come to events like this, and I'll give you an example. I have people who come up to me all the time, talk to me, they think they know me, but they truly don't know. They don't know if I'm married, if I have kids, they don't know where I live. They just know, they know I have some association with this event. And so this session is a lot of fun because we get to know people. We get to know their stories, how they became who they are, as well as their industry insights. So this is always a lot of fun for me, and it's not surprising to me that it's always one of our more popular sessions. Also, too, if you're not aware, we live stream this, and it will be posted later on our YouTube page. So anybody who would like to watch it again after the fact is able to do that. All right, with that said, I'm going to hand this over to one of the people I love the most in this industry, who is such a dear friend and has been championing this event for me for years, and that is Miss Kim Allison. And thank you for always doing this for me. I love you for it.
Can you guys hear me? Okay. Hi. Y'all good? What's going on? Y'all good? All right. I think it's week 2, but I think you can hear me now. Yes? Okay. Thanks, guys. Got it. Thanks, Bob. All right. Welcome to Women in Wireless 5.0, fifth year, and our 4th panel. And I'm very excited to introduce the women on the panel today and then dive into specific industry questions and career questions. And yeah, you guys here for this? Yes. Okay. Awesome. All right. Just wave when I call your name and read your bio. Michaela Amora is redefining the future of re-commerce as a director, global lead, and GM of electronics and home at eBay. Spearheading category management teams across the US, the UK, and Germany, she's championing global collaboration to drive operational excellence and re-commerce innovation. It's really cool to have eBay on the panel with us today and also sponsoring the panel. So thank you, eBay. Michelle Chen. This one's kind of neat because on the show, do you guys watch the show on Netflix, DCC Cheerleaders? Probably just me, but I love it. And so when Dallas Cowboys cheerleader's mom was a cheerleader, they call them a legacy. Michelle is our first legacy panelist because her mother was also a panelist a few years ago. As Trillion's chief of staff, she coordinates communication and collaboration across the departments, advising the CEO with critical insights and leading new initiatives. That's Michelle. Kathy Cohn. Kathy is the founder and CEO of Techway Services, which is a nationally recognized provider of IT asset disposition, secure data destruction, electronics recycling, refurbishment, and critical mineral recovery, which is an interesting one for all of us as mining and rare earth becomes more on the forefront, right? And Jasmine Martirosyan. Jasmine is Chief Marketing Officer at IBEC Inc., where she drives strategy and growth by combining data-driven marketing with deep expertise in organizational behavior and leadership. Jasmine holds a PhD in law, policy, and society from Northeastern University and is a Gallup certified strengths coach, bringing a rare blend of social science and business acumen to her executive roles. And at the lunch table can take you down any number of rabbit holes that are very, very interesting. I learned from personal experience yesterday. I am Kim Allison. I lead supply chain strategy and execution at Assurant. And I'm very pleased to be here moderating and focusing and highlighting these women today. So we're going to kind of do a blend. We'll jump around between industry-specific questions, career-specific, and then leadership topics in general. And we will try to leave time at the end, but you know, some stereotypes hold true, and there are a lot of words here today. So, ladies, if it's fair, if we're running short on time, I'm just going to graciously step in and move it along, okay? All right. Michaela, we're going to start with you because your background is a little bit different from some of the other panelists. Can you tell us about your career path and how you ended up kind of adjacent and within the wireless industry?
First, thanks for allowing me to be a part of this panel. Super honored to be on the stage with these women. So my career started off at a startup, believe it or not. It was a children's shoe startup, and it was super fun because I got to wear so many different hats. But after a while, I realized I wanted to work at a company more mature, with more diversity of thought. And I said, well, why not work for one of the world's largest retailers? So I was like, I should go work for Walmart. So I went to Walmart, and I was at Walmart for about 10 years, and then eBay came knocking. And I've been at eBay ever since. And eBay allows me to work in a breadth of categories. So I'm managing categories like electronics and home across a few different regions in the world. And I'm super grateful to work with a team who works very closely in the wireless industry, namely Chris Cornell, who's holding the camera right there, and who has made strides with partners in the wireless space like CTIA. So that's how I arrived here.
Is mobile your favorite product category?
It is one of the top.
Oh, come on.
Moms can't have favorites, you know.
Okay, Jasmine, share quickly share some kind of key highlights of your career and the paths that have taken you here today. I know it's vast.
Thank you. So, again, it's an honor to be with these remarkable women, and thank you, Kim, for the facilitation. You know what? I think we all need to set high expectation. It starts with my mother sitting me down at the age of 6, a day before I am to attend a school, the language of which I did not know, and assuring me she will not help me with homework, but saying I'm only expected to get A's, and I also have to earn a PhD. This is to a 6-year-old. So of course you think your mother has been dropped on her head, but it makes you creative in finding ways to find creative solutions. And if I'm to define my career success, it's being open to the unexpected, because I've ended up doing work that did not exist when I went to school. Mm-hmm. It's really important to just be open to the unknown.
I love that. Kathy, can you briefly share your story with us? Sure. Oh, here.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Yes. So everybody has a story, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about my background. I grew up in West Texas, small town, 40 kids in my class, went to college, got my business degree, got my teaching degree because I thought I was going to marry a cowboy on a ranch, and that didn't happen. And so I decided to go to the Metroplex, Dallas-Fort Worth area, and I went to a temporary staffing agency. They placed me with McDonnell Douglas, and they did, Boeing actually acquired them. I just didn't want you to think I was saying McDonald's. But anyway, so I worked for them, and basically capacity of helping them answer phone calls. And after 3 months, the top guy, Bob, went to the secretary and said, do you think Kathy would be good for fourth party sales? And she said yes. And Virginia saying yes to me got me now where I am today on recycling technology. Wow. So I'm really excited about that.
Can you guys hear me okay on this one? Sorry for the awkwardness, but we're all friends here, right? Okay, tough crowd. Y'all need to wake up. Did you have coffee or breakfast or what? Thanks, guys. Okay. Kathy, I want to jump right into refining because it's just not something, it's farther downstream than most of us in this room kind of touch on a regular basis. Why is it such an important step in closing the loop on end-of-life electronics?
So we have scrap material, and it's turning scrap into raw materials that can go back into a manufacturing environment and creating maximum value for the supply secure circularity economy.
Hey, Michelle. Michelle, did we miss your bio? Oh, no. Okay. All right. It's really great to have younger blood on the panel this year. So, Michelle, share a little bit about your story and how you ended up working in the industry.
Sure. Thanks, Kim. Hi, everyone. My name is Michelle. This is actually my 5th Mobile Disrupt. The first one I attended was in 2022, and I actually wasn't in the mobile industry at that time. My mom, Elizabeth Chen, she's the CEO and founder of Trillion Technologies, which is a global wholesaler of used mobile phones. She had invited me to come to Mobile Disrupt, where she would be speaking on the first ever Women in Wireless panel. And so I was like, why not? I'll come. At the time, I was a commerce strategy consultant at PwC, and I was living in LA. So I went to the show, I went to the panel, and I remember seeing my mom. It was with Kim Allison, Karen McElhaney, Kelly Bolton, and Katie Hughes. And I just remember thinking, oh my gosh, this is so cool to see all these amazing women share their stories, their successes, challenges they faced. And it was just really cool to see them connect with everyone on a very personable level, and it wasn't just about business. And so, sorry, I'm really nervous. Yeah, so I went to the trade show. I met so many new people and learned so much about this industry that I didn't really know about before. And it was just really apparent to see how much of a community there is within this industry, and it made me really curious. And so fast forward, there was an opportunity for me to join the company. So I joined as an executive assistant to my mother, and then eventually transitioned into the chief of staff role, where I manage HR, I help manage e-commerce and wholesale operations, lead business strategy, and lead tech initiatives. So I'm really happy to be here today on this panel with these amazing women, and it's really cool to be here after 4 years, seeing my mom on the stage, and now I'm here. So thank you.
Our industry is like a Venus flytrap. Like, once it sucks you in, you can't really do anything else. It's just more fun than other things, I think. So I'm glad that we sucked you in, Michelle, and I'm glad that you're here. And now I'm going to kick it back to you. So let's talk about, as chief of staff and HR being part of your role, you've helped to recruit both repair techs and business pros, but how has the talent pipeline for the industry evolved? And like, what's your optimism, your level of optimism for the next gen?
Yes, so 3 years ago when I started at Trillion, I wouldn't have really considered hiring a repair technician locally. It was pretty much assumed that the best technicians came from overseas. But now there's a very strong domestic pipeline for talent in device repair, and that's largely due to CTIA. They've created a standard for device repair called WISE, and because of organizations such as educational institutions, nonprofits, community colleges, and employers who are using the WISE standard to create training programs and curriculum to help develop students and new hires into the next generation of repair talent. Last month, I was able to have a booth at the WISE Career Fair in Plano, and it was really amazing because I saw all these high school students, freshly graduated high school students from the local high school who had achieved their WISE Level 1 certification through their school. And I also met with a lot of young technicians who had learned entirely from YouTube and hands-on experience, and they were looking to obtain a WISE Level 1 certification in order to legitimize their skills and bring it to the industry. So I'm very optimistic about the next generation of talent coming in because we are investing in these kinds of educational programs.
It's been exciting to see. I know both of our companies were at a career fair with CTIA a couple weeks ago, and the talent is coming in, and they're coming in equipped. So it's an exciting time and an important advancement as this industry continues to mature. I'm just a cheerleader for all of us as we continue to mature. Those of us who lived through, I missed the very early days, but boy, it used to be crazy. Am I right? Like, there were some crazy days. We're growing up now. Jasmine, I'm going to switch gears a little bit and ask you, how do you build high-performing teams?
Thank you. Well, a lot of the time people work off of a job description and then they think, oh, this person has done this. First of all, only because they've done this previously in another company does not mean that they'll succeed in yours. So, and you have to understand what people's strengths are. Like what it is that makes them excited. And guess what? Most people don't even know themselves what their strengths are. And then generally in corporate America and corporate Canada for that matter, we work off of people's weaknesses. Like most people will dread the annual reviews because a manager will talk about something that happened 9 months ago and, you know, emphasize that, and that does not build engagement. And if you do not address things in the moment right away, it's actually totally counterproductive. So first you have to understand what your team's strengths are, which is why I so value Gallup's strength certification. And then you have to build accordingly so you have the right people in the right seats. That's the beginning. And then you can know how to interpret. For instance, if somebody is a hoarder of information, like they have input, and if they're asking for more data, we tend to interpret that they do not trust us, but the reality is that's how they're wired, so.
There should be no surprises at an end-of-year review. I agree.
Thank you.
I've been the recipient of an end-of-year review surprise, and it wasn't a good one. It wasn't great.
And if I could add to that, I think what she said is spot on, but also I think like real-time feedback is very important to keep the teams on pulse. Not waiting for your touch base, but maybe slacking someone after they did something like, hey, just so you know, like I thought this, maybe we could do something differently next time. I think that's also very important.
Totally agree. And since you have the microphone, Michaela, since you have the mic,
yes.
Let's talk about your career because it's an interesting evolution, and a lot of us have careers that evolve over time. What have been the most transferable skills for you across industries and that have kind of driven the most value to you now in your current role, which is pretty broad, right? Your role now is quite broad. Yeah.
So first, the only constant is change, right? Like we all know this. Like change is consistent. So I think the two things that have helped me over time are adaptability and confidence. So one, adaptability, like being able to flex to the changing environments around you. And two, confidence, like trusting the skills that you've built over time will get you through to the next chapter. So I think those two things are really important, and you can really hone in on them and perfect them over time.
Good. Okay, Michelle, I'm going back to you. Speaking of kind of career transitions and pivots, I didn't read this and I don't remember if you shared it, but Michelle has some of her early career days were in the fashion buying industry. So a lot of times in a broader reverse logistics space, not necessarily at this event, but we're talking about the problem of fashion and garments. And that's certainly less mature, right, in a reverse sense. But what have you learned here that you think could apply there, and what opportunities might exist for folks in the reverse space within that industry?
Sure. So earlier this year, I had the opportunity to go to NRF Rev, which is kind of a baby between NRF and the RLA. And it was the first time they had held the conference. I had previously gone to NRF every year when I was a buyer at Bloomingdale's. But it was cool to see like this massive retail organization adopting a reverse logistics focused part of their trade show. And so when I joined the mobile industry, I kind of took for granted how mature our ecosystem is in terms of our supply chain processes. We have the different downstream channels that product can go into. So I was sitting in a room with people from Macy's and Gap and Dick's Sporting Goods and the Home Depot, and they were asking these questions like, who's responsible for the upfront investment in secondary market downstream channels? Should it be the brand or should it be the downstream partner? What does the downstream market look like for our products? How can we recover value from our returns? And these are questions that the mobile industry has been working on for many years. And so it was kind of interesting to see where they were at in their process. At the same time, they were doing similar things to our industry. They were investing in AI-powered tools, for example, an AI-powered authenticator to help authenticate small leather goods and designer sneakers. And so it really reminded me of how we use AI and imaging technology to automate cosmetic grading for used devices. So it was kind of, they're in a different place with their ecosystem, but doing the same things we're doing to make things more efficient and scalable.
I think we've learned so much. We've gone so deep into like receipt and assessment and reuse and resale. It'll be very interesting to see. Certainly, it should be some great opportunities for those of us with these skills to consult and help other product segment and industries grow in that more of a circular model. Jasmine, here's a big one. Everyone wants to be strategic. We love the word, it's in my title. But how can organizations really ensure that they are following the right strategy?
Thank you. So by the way, the origin of, it's one of the most overused and least correctly applied words.
Agree.
Everybody wants to be strategic. The origin, by the way, of the word strategy is from the Roman art of war. Like, you have to know your plan of attack. One of the reasons organizations are really not strategic is because most of the strategic plans, if you look at them, they're like stream of consciousness documents that they want to conquer the world, but they're not really quite actionable. There's like really no roadmap.
Yeah.
And it's also done, by a few loud voices that get together, and they do not build buy-in. And if you do not have buy-in within your organization, within even the decision makers, that strategy is just not going to be implemented, because people will agree to your face and then quietly sabotage it, even unwittingly. Right? So the right way to do strategy and to be strategic is actually to make sure that people's voices are heard. By the way, everybody should know that when you're brainstorming, traditional brainstorming is actually very counterproductive, because only a few voices rise up and then they frame everybody's expectation. I mean, this is scientifically proven. So the best way to be strategic is to actually interview the people, the decision makers, separately to hear their voices, and then to see what areas emerge. And then bring everybody in, share the feedback so everybody feels that their voice is heard, and then based on that, define the strategic imperatives you're going to action. And then what happens, you actually end up with a document that's workable, that can be implemented, and above all, you have full buy-in, because everybody knows the why behind it, and they feel a sense of ownership. So that makes you way more strategic than anything else.
Yeah, I'm gonna go home and try that one. Yeah, very interesting.
Thank you.
Yeah. I hazard a guess that I may be one of those noisy voices in the room that are hampering other people from sharing their thoughts. So I like that approach. That's cool. Okay, Kathy, looking ahead, you spoke earlier about the impact that the woman at your first company had on kind of advocating for your opportunity. What responsibility do we have as industry leaders to mentor the next gen and encourage more young women to pursue careers in technology and mobility, sustainability, et cetera?
I think we have a very tremendous opportunity to help the younger generation, and the way that we started helping the generation is going into the schools, and we take technology scrap and we have them do contests in making artistic pieces. And so that kind of brings them in the fold in that aspect. And then we also bring them into our facility in the summer. We give them a job. We let them go out in the warehouse and see how everything starts from when the equipment gets dropped off at the dock, when it gets sorted and separated, when it goes through and the data gets wiped, the hard drives, they were shredded. I mean, it's really interesting how kids really gravitate to technology. And so we do that sort of program as well. And then I wanted to speak up about Dell has a program. It's called Dell's Women Entrepreneur National Council. And what's happened there is they take leaders like myself and they'll take a daughter. And we've been able to go to Singapore and Australia and Berlin and Cape
Can you
Town,
even
South
imagine?
Africa.
I can't even imagine a program like that. It's
And
incredible.
it's wonderful because we can bring our daughters and educate them at the same time. So I think all these OEMs, I think corporations, like you mentioned before, we recruited some companies, kids out of colleges, just local campuses, just to bring them in and help us educate them and help us with actually some work we had to accomplish. And it's amazing. They're hungry, they're ready to go, and if we can all just band together to help each other, I think that would be tremendous.
One time I brought my daughter to work, and a very kind coworker gave her a badge, had a badge printed for her, and she still has the badge. It was like 3-4 years ago, I don't know, she still has the badge because it made her feel very important and seen. Mm-hmm. Thanks, Jim. Okay. Michaela, what's a lesson that you've learned in your career that you think everyone, regardless of their role, should remember?
I think that that relationships are as important as results. And one of the things I keep in my mind, one of my favorite quotes is from Maya Angelou. It's, people never remember what you said, they don't remember what you did, but they'll remember how they made you feel. And so I keep this in my mind when I'm interacting with new people. I want them to feel heard, welcomed, respected. And so I really think building a strong relationship is the foundation of a good business.
I love that. I think I've shared this before, but that's also what makes our industry here powerful. I mean, like, we're a bunch of characters, there's no question about it when you walk these events. But I met my current peer and also winner of the Lifetime Achievement Award last night, Karen McElhaney, woo, and a former panelist. I met her after the first Women in Wireless event, and we hadn't previously known each other, and just sort of kind of bonded around. There weren't that many people who did what we did, which was I was selling for AT&T at the time, and she was selling for ECO. And so we had that in common, and then we just kind of clicked. And not long after that, Karen ended up transitioning to Assurant. And not long after that, I ended up transitioning out of AT&T and over into Assurant. So I really, the show, the industry, the network, it builds lasting connections that are meaningful, because Karen's not just, she's like my work bestie. She's my work person. So I love the connections, and I definitely don't forget how someone makes me feel. I don't forget. Kathy, you ready for this? No one company can solve every challenge alone. Kind of along the same vein, how important are partnerships in building a more secure, sustainable, and circular ecosystem?
So partnerships are definitely very, very important, and you're right, no one company can do it all. And when we're talking about this social and corporate and sustainable market that we're in, we need, in our industry, we need the manufacturers, we need the refineries, we need the recyclers, we need the consumers, the policymakers, all coming together for one good and collaborating. And so that's how we look at that. I'm gonna extend this question to the rest of the panelists, because I'm such an advocate for real partnership. I think that having sat on both the client side and now a supplier side, and understanding the dynamics, partnerships can work a lot of different ways, but maybe share insights on what successful partnerships in this ecosystem look like, or what to avoid. We probably all have lists of those. We'll start with you, Jasmine.
I think it's about being, again, open to the unknown and seeing opportunity. A lot of the time, you know, planning is good. Having a plan is a good idea, but it shocks me how often an opportunity will present itself and people turn it down because it's not part of their plan. So being open to embracing new things, like my friend Lilia is here, and we partner really well together because we're open to new opportunities all the time. So the same goes for organizations, and then also how you view your competitors. Sometimes you may have overlaps, so your competitors are not your enemies. If anything, they're there to stimulate you to grow, right?
Agree.
So.
Yeah, I love that. How about you, Michaela? Oh, okay.
I think making space for the quieter people in the room, I think, so everyone's voice could be heard. There was an analogy earlier, and you recognized yourself as being one of those people who's loud.
Yeah.
So the two people in the room generally take up 80% of the space. So I think making space for the quieter folks to make sure their voices are heard, so that everyone feels like they're a part of the conversation and there's buy-in across everyone.
That's good. How about you, Michelle?
In terms of partnerships, when you're meeting new people, I would say focus on who they are, what they're doing, and be more curious instead of trying to force an outcome, because not everything needs to happen right now, and sometimes the best partnerships come later when you realize you're like, oh, I know this person who does XYZ, I should hit them up, and you've had like an existing relationship with them. I would say that's one way to look at partnerships.
That's good. There's no replacing trust, is there? Like, trust is, for me, hard to earn and almost impossible to win back. And I think it's such a critical component of any good partnership. Michelle, I have to ask. People often ask what it's like working with your mom. Who's on the front row, so I recognize, okay. What's a lesson that you've learned from your mom that has shaped the way you do what you do?
Totally. So I have a funny story to share about a lesson that my mom has taught me over the years. I was at one of my first trade shows, and we were going to dinner with a vendor. And this was the very first time I had ever met this vendor. And after the dinner, I was like, I don't know if I really like him. He's like kind of loud and intense, and I don't know, the vibes are off. And my mom was like, what do you care? He's not your husband. Ironically, like I've gotten to know this vendor over the years, and we built like a great relationship. But over the years, I've seen my mom and how she always meets people where they are, not only at a personal level, but at a business level. She always says, it's okay if we don't do business together, we can still be friends. And I think that this approach where she accepts people for where they are, she doesn't expect every conversation to end in a business deal. She values authenticity and honesty, and she doesn't expect everyone to think the same way she does or communicate the same way. And so I think this has helped her build a lot of authentic and nice relationships that have lasted a really long time. And so this is something I've tried to learn and incorporate into how I meet people, giving space for relationships to grow and develop, and staying curious and open to others.
That's awesome. Raise your hand if you're trying to figure out who the loud, obnoxious vendor was, because I was, but I got some ideas. I have a list. The first time I ever met Elizabeth was over the phone, and it was in my very early days. And she's such a boss. She was running on a treadmill and taking the call at the same time with my boss. And I just remember thinking, I'll never be that impressive. But she continues to deliver.
The only person who also thought she was going to say, and now we're engaged. I was sitting here like, oh my God, did you get engaged to this person who's a loud vendor?
Not to anyone on my list. No. No. Not to anyone on my list. Jasmine, let's take a nod back to your marketing hat. Thinking of the accelerating rate of technology advancement and change, how can organizations, and specifically thinking of folks at this conference, small and medium businesses, entrepreneurs, how can organizations maximize their marketing efforts best?
That's a good question. I think it's really in today's day and age with technology moving so fast, it's really important to be able to tell wheat from chaff, right? Because there is so much happening. So instead of being mediocre at 15 different things, rock at 3 to 5 things. Be really good at doing some things and understand what your North Star is. I mean, it doesn't matter. Your website is still going to be your mothership. And then make sure that you rise up on search engines and on AEO through generative AI, on AI search. But at the same time, put out content that's useful and use LinkedIn right by being intensely useful. I get 20 to 25 solicitations every day on LinkedIn. That's not the right way of doing it. Be the entity that people want to come after, but be present. And don't expect results overnight. It's about building the foundation and staying true to it. It's about consistency and being present.
Yeah. Love that. Thank you. Kathy, can you talk about the impact of your business on your family?
So like I mentioned, I have 4 children. I have 3 girls and a son. And Bailey actually is my daughter here in the audience in the green.
Woohoo! And
she's wonderful. She's been working for us for 7 years. She does compliance. And when she first started, she was like, "Oh, Mom, I don't know if I'm going to like this. I don't know really what to do." And the lady at the time, she was kind of a hard get to know kind of person. She told Bailey, "Figure it out." And so Bailey dug in there. I'm so proud of her, and she figured it out, and it's grown, and it's been wonderful. And then I have a daughter that's my second daughter. She wants to run a coffee shop, be a barista. She's not interested in the business. The third just graduated, and they're great at AI. They're great at coming back and giving all this kind of information and calling customers. So that's my third daughter. And then my son, he's almost graduated, and he is doing wonderful as well. So I love my family being part of my business, because they're going to be the next generation, and they can recruit other folks like them, basically age group. And that's what it's going to take. I've also noticed in the industry there's a lot of consolidation, so a lot of companies are getting acquired. And so having somebody in the family that understands the business is top notch for us. So thank you.
You're welcome. All right, we have reached the end of our prepared remarks. Are there any questions before we let you guys go? Are there any questions from the room for our esteemed panelists? Okay, well, thank you guys for coming. As always, appreciate your time. I hope the event has been awesome. Hope to see more people and connect with more people. And certainly, thank you, ladies. Can we give the panelists a round of applause, please? Thank you so much for sharing your stories and your insights. We appreciate you.
Thank you, Kim.
Roger, how are you? You look great. Thank you. Yes. Thank you. Yes. Well, take off 40 pounds, buy some new clothes. Makes a difference. He looks great. Thank you. You too. All right, you guys ready to go? Absolutely. What's that? I do. All right. Continued good morning. We have another good session coming up. Certification automation. Easy for me to say. Certification automation scaling. Don't ask me what that means. We'll let these folks do that. All right, Roger, I assume you are moderating this panel? All right, then I'm going to hand this off to Roger Grieve. And folks, enjoy. This is going to be good. Roger, thanks. Panos, thank you. Thank you, Bob.
Thanks, Bob. Good morning, everybody. I'm Roger Grieve from Glacier Consulting. A long time ago, I was co-chair of the committee that wrote the R2 standard, so you may blame me personally if you wish when this is all over, but we're talking today about three sides of the same issue. There's about 15 billion cell phones in the world right now, almost twice as many as people. Of those 15 billion, about 8 billion are in active use. This is an amazing industry you're in because the management of those devices and the information on those devices is crucial to the world as it operates day to day. We've got three really interesting people and knowledgeable people with three different viewpoints on the same issue. Michael Hutchcraft is from Glacier Consulting. He worked with the idea of certifying companies to the most powerful and comprehensive standards for our industry. Stephen Hauser from Evercycle deals with the automation issues that we all should be dealing with. And finally, Guy Delorme, the CEO of Tice Group, is going to address the issue of scalability. How, once you have things in place, how is it possible to ensure your continuing growth and the success that accompanies that growth? We'll begin with Michael talking about the certification process and what it entails.
Thank you, Roger. Welcome, everybody. Hopefully everybody's having a great show. I'm going to talk about the benefits of certification, talk about some timelines, talk about some challenges maybe we'll see, and how you can get the most out of the certification process. Next slide. One more, Justin. So a lot of times people ask me, you know, I'm not certified, I'm doing fine, my business is, you know, staying just where it is. A lot of people want to know, is it worth the investment of time and money? I'm very passionate about certifications. I believe they add so much to a company. And those certifications can range from something like R2, or you get into RIOS or the basic ISOs that most people know about. The investment is always something to think about. I think once you get through the certification process, most companies see a return on investment, but they also see all the advantage of what certification can do for a company. Certification requirements help fill gaps in your company. You know, you may be getting a lot of returns and we don't know the answer for that. A non-conformance process or a root cause analysis that is basic in all certification processes will help you understand that. Also, gaps in your operation, whether it's documentation, whether it's you know, hiring the right people, training the right people to keep your program moving forward. There's benefits that are both internal and external. Next slide, Justin. Internal benefits, operational efficiency. A lot of times when I work with clients that go through certification, they start to see, okay, now I have a documented process. I have work instructions that are in place. Those kind of items help the company move forward. Managing change that comes along, it helps us be prepared for what that change is, knowing what the effects that change will do to our company, our processes, our customers, those kind of things. And putting company policies and goals in place help us not only keep that certification, but move it forward. Next slide, Justin. Legal compliance is a huge requirement of some of the certifications. You don't know if you're not in compliance if you've never done a legal compliance review to make sure what the company needs in place. Do you need to have permits in place? Do we need to meet certain OSHA regs if we have the right head count, things like that. Employee engagement and training, building a robust program to make sure that we continue to make sure our employees have the best knowledge, they have the best experience to keep moving us forward. And number 6 on my list there, the financial performance is huge to a lot of owners and management. Increased efficiency, reducing cost, reducing redundancy, help revenue opportunities through access to new clients, contracts. Different certifications can get you different, different clients coming your way. For an example, if you were interested in doing business with hospitals, universities, a lot of times you'll see a NAID certification required to get those contracts. So that's something that people can consider. Next slide. Processes, when you go through a certification process, drilling down on some of those benefits, you get more organized. Training, we kind of talked about, but needs are identified. Health and safety certifications help you make a more safe facility, not only for your employees, for your visitors, things like that. Internal benefits help you grow quickly. I see it all the time where people come and it's a 1 or 2 man operation. They go through a certification process and now they're adding to their head count because they've now got efficiencies in place that allow them to take on more customers, take on more business, and therefore now you start to grow. If you have a team who understands their goals, then that helps us move forward as well. Everyone pulling together. Next slide. External benefits of certification, which I think is all of these are help all kinds of different companies. When you're certified and you go through a third-party validation, it offers proof of the performance of your company, whether we're talking environmental, we're talking health and safety, we're talking quality. Increases your credibility and your trust of your customers. Always helpful. Market differentiation. We'll see sometimes there's auctions that you can enter only if you're certified to certain standards that help you move forward. Easily available documentation. All the standards require documentation. They require records. They require history that you can easily get to prove your safety of your facility. Maybe it's a data security thing. Maybe it's a legal or environmental compliance type of documentation that you can prove to your customers. Next slide. Access to new markets. Again, we talked about NAID there. R2 is a big one for the mobility. Having access to maybe some of the AT&T, Verizon equipment, you'll see that they require certification to be able to get in line for that. Attracting customers and retention, certification helps with all of that. A lot of times it's important for the customer to know that you're doing the right thing, right? The bigger the customer, they need to know that you guys are handling those devices are processed correctly. If they need to be recycled, they're recycled down through a company who knows what they're doing, keeping it out of a landfill, those kind of things. Stronger business partnerships is part of it. Next slide, sir. Your certified facility can be recognized as one of the best. If we were talking about R2 today, I think there's 1,250 companies in the world that are certified to that. You can build a great elevator pitch. Sales pitch is easier when you can verify your stats and your accomplishments, especially when you have great outcomes in your third-party audits. Customers, again, trusting your business. They know you're reliable. You have trained employees. You have a system that works every time, no matter who may be involved in it. Next slide, sir. And most importantly, you become a trusted partner in your customer's success. So your upstream or your customers who are shipping you devices that you're buying from, they see that that certification stands for something. They build that reliability on where it comes from, where it's going, and that your products are as the highest quality that could be. All right, Roger.
Thanks, Michael. So that's the certification aspect. And now the tools that work with it, and the reason why these three topics are put together is that automation is another equally important part of the process of proceeding from two guys in a garage someplace into the wonderful facilities that we're seeing here at this conference. So, Stephen, let's talk about that a little bit.
Thanks, Roger. Morning, everybody. I'm Stephen Hauser. I'm Vice President of Strategic Partnerships for EverCycle. EverCycle is a global device lifecycle management platform, and we have set out to bridge the gap between enterprise and ITAD and everything in between to make things much more simplified and automate as many processes as possible and eliminate as many manual touches to increase ROI in your mobility spaces. As we're talking about these three working together, all of them sound sometimes unattainable. To get certified, time, money, more people, more time, more people coming into your facilities and poking around. Automation, you automate one thing, it doesn't trigger the next, nothing works together. And again, with automation, it's time, it's money, and you have to make changes within your organization. But to get to scale, if you're not certified and you don't have automated processes and you have to continue to throw more people as you grow, that is not scaling. Scaling is making sure that you can go ahead and work with what you have, and then you get the big clients in, and then you're able to show them that you built the foundation, and as G will talk about, when you built those foundations, people will look at you differently. But without the certifications and without showing them that they can see real data in real time, ready to go, you can't scale. So, Justin, can I see the first slide? So just from a simple device recovery overview, what we set out to do, like I said, that first laptop that's sitting there, that is the request that goes in. At that point, when you get to a fully automated facility or a fully automated corporation or entity in the mobility space, that is where your client should be done. The rest of it is completely automated. All stakeholders are notified of what their task is, what they need to execute upon, and everyone in the rest of that cycle knows their job. Next slide. And we'll come back to that after I go through all of this. So everything starts with a request. Whether it's B2B, B2C, it kicks off a series of manual steps. And everybody in this room, you know all the manual steps, you know the band-aids you have on different processes, and that's what we're trying to help solve for, is anything from enterprise purchasing phones, trade-in programs, carrier upgrades, buyback and wholesale, ITAD and refurbishers, enterprise recovery. Recovery is at about 60%, and that's acceptable. It should be unacceptable in today's world. And then also repair companies. All of these things are kicked off with a simple request. In the mobility space, automation eliminates a ton of touch points. So anything from shipping entries, IMEI lookups, grading assignments, customer notifications, warranty identification and verification, chain of custody, as well as reporting. Whenever we talk about reporting, everybody goes, that's when we all get in the room, we all get our spreadsheets, get the master spreadsheet put together, get it to the next person, and then we send it to the 75 clients on a Friday. That is the chaos that is still in our mobility space. So as we talk about what are we sacrificing without automation, the real-time data and records. How many times you get an email that says, Can you tell me where this is, why it is, what happened, and when am I going to have it? Centralized visibility and reporting. Centralized means you know who to go to get that data. That's not centralized. That just means Joe knows what is going on in his department. The robust integration across systems. We have a lot of integrations now with APIs. How do we better utilize those? The highest per device revenue. Everybody talks about that in this space. Best utilization of your current staff. Compliance and audit accuracy. That's a whole nother thing. That's why Michael and Roger exist, to help everyone with that type of thing. And the simple ability to scale. Hence the reason we have G here today. So lower operating costs are one of the benefits of automation. So more revenue without more staff, faster customer response, higher recovery rates, better cash flow, fewer errors, seems impossible, but that is possible, and greater visibility. This industry is adopting more visibility. 5, 6, 7 years ago, you could kind of get some information, but now visibility is critical because of the fact that your clients are asking for it and all your vendors, your partners, everybody's asking for it. So what is automation? It's utilizing technology to eliminate manual data and human error, repetitive tasks, bottlenecks, spreadsheet management. This is one we were joking about earlier. That's chaotic. It just surprises me that spreadsheet management is a term that we use. So that is one of the things we're trying to get rid of, as well as duplicate work and unnecessary costs. So as we continue, what can I do, what can I ask internally to make sure that we can expose our biggest pain points? And that would be, where do we spend the most manual time? Where do errors happen most often? Where do customers complain? Oh, I'm sorry, Justin, we're on the wrong one there. There we go, thank you. Where do employees wait? Where are we using spreadsheets? Where and why do we have meetings? This is a big one. Whenever we do consulting with firms, why are you having those meetings? How many people are in there, and why are they in there? And why is it an hour and a half, 3 days a week? And then associate the time for each one of those that you're spending time on. And then the 4 questions all of you should ask is, what tasks do my employees perform hundreds of times per week? I can stop right there, and that would be a great deep dive into your company. What tasks are we doing 100 times in a week? And then the other one that's very important is, are we relying on emails, texts, and phone calls and spreadsheets to move things forward? Another great big question. Just the next slide, please. And I'm going to go ahead and skip to 22 here. Creating an automated scorecard. I'm going to end with this and get back to the diagram. So creating an automated scorecard, this is something that could be very, very valuable that we do internally with our clients to ask these questions about any processes that are in your ecosystem today. Can this task start automatically? Can information flow without retyping the data in multiple subsets? Can notifications, reminders, and basically communications be sent automatically? Can a workflow automatically create service orders and all the tasks associated with it? Can the system update every connected platform? Can we track everything real time and that we can report on? And finally, can reports be sent to all of our stakeholders and all of our programs automatically on a set cadence? If the answer is no to any of those, there are automated tools that can help you almost instantly start doing this internally. So I'm going to skip to the last slide there. So with this, as we're getting back to this diagram, once your client or your customer service staff puts in that request at the beginning of the request, now you can automate every single one of those processes out of the box and make sure that it is easy to train your staff, and your clients will be able to get more to you. You will be able to 3x, 4x, 5x your throughput and process more devices, decrease costs, and make sure that you can now have a global footprint without adding another 100 or 1,000 people. So that's why we set out to build the automation, and that's why it's important with the certification, the hundreds of hours that certification takes, as well as getting prepared to scale. The automation is a very, very key point to that. So thank you. Roger?
Thank you, Stephen. Some provocative questions there from Stephen. So we have the certification discussed, and then the automation issue introduced, and hopefully enough to let you think about it seriously. But then a large client arrives. What happens then? Scalability is equally important. It's third only by virtue of a flip of the coin or whatever these guys did. Guy has questions as well. Sorry, it's French. That are equally provocative as you evaluate your business going forward.
Roger. So part of the reason why we have this conversation today, this show, is from my background. So I was at Samsung a long time ago, and I built the world's first CPO phone. Then I built the world's first OEM trading program. And then I left Samsung and I went to Allstate, and again I built a launch program. And part of what made us think of this conversation today was the number of calls and requests I got over all those years, me being from a very large company, and questions coming from a lot of folks in the river space and the mobility space, and telling me, hey, G, I want to work with you. And all too often, I had to respond something like, I'm sorry, but that's not gonna work. You're not ready for that. Or we don't even know you. Or it was always heartbreaking for me because I really wanted to help, and I could not. So I've had to make a version of what I'm about to tell you a number of times over the years, really explaining to a lot of the mid players in the space how to work with the big guys. Now the irony is, at the time I was a big company myself. Now I'm an entrepreneur, I'm a solopreneur. So a lot of what I'm going to discuss, I actually have to apply it myself today. But I'm hoping that it's going to be useful for you to put yourself into the shoes of that interlocutor at the large company. So there's going to be a bit of psychology here. So if we can go to slide 29. Thank you. So bit of reality check, right? So we and Samsung, Allstate, Assurant, the big carriers, and a lot of you guys, we're in the same industry. Yet the game is very different. The playbooks, massively different. And for mid-sized players to work with the big guys, price will always play a big role, of course, but at some level, it's almost irrelevant. It's a price of entry. It's not the solution to the success. And so putting yourself in the shoes of your interlocutor, they are going to think like, okay, I represent a brand. Like if I'm Samsung, I am Samsung. Am I going to destroy my brand's reputation because I just selected a small company? Remember the old saying, no one got fired for hiring IBM a few decades ago, but the idea is still the same. But then the interlocutor also is thinking that, yeah, I'm the brand, but what about me, myself, and I, my own personal brand inside my company? If I make a bad decision, if I hire a player that's not been proven, am I going to lose my job? Am I going to say no to my future promotion? So the stakes are very high for that person you're talking to at the large companies. And that's also part of why it's so hard for you at that point to get a new program, a new account with the large corporations. So let's go to the next slide. So for you as the mid-sized players or the incoming, the guys who are hungry and trying to work with the large corporations, trying to scale, you have to realize the person in front of you has absolutely no upside to picking you. Only downsides. So you have to de-risk. And everything you say, everything you do, everything you present in RFPs, for example, has to has to follow that mindset. You have to de-risk everything for your interlocutor. The buyers, large corporations, they are time-starved. Big company, plenty of money, but they don't have any budget. It's true, they don't have any budget. I guarantee it, I was that. I had no budget, even though my company was rich. I couldn't hire people, I couldn't spend money, because budget were spoken for already before the beginning of the year. So when you come and present a proposal, when you want to start scaling with a large company, you have to realize that you need to save time, you need to save effort. Even those big teams, often they don't have much bandwidth. And especially if you go against an incumbent. So the argument's like, I'm Samsung, I already have a couple of processing partners, and you want to do processing for Samsung. So I have 2 incumbents right now, I have a champion challenger. Why would I pick you? My incumbents are good enough. Maybe not great, but yeah, you know, it's good enough. So you need to somehow show me so much upside potential that it would be worth my time and my risk, my career risk, to work with somebody that's relatively unknown. So next slide, please. Thank you. Scaling map, part of why we had the discussion in this order. So a lot of things as a large company, I'm going to be looking for is making sure that you have what it takes. So that's partly all the industry standards. You have the automation, you have professional products and flow. And then you need to really lock down the processes. You need to show that you have your ducks in a row. And you need to be ready before the program. So it's not something you do on the fly. You have to be ready beforehand. And it's a significant cost, which also is why it's so hard for those mid-sized players to work with the big guys. And then again, you have to simplify because again, your interlocutor, your would-be customer is time-starved, is cash-constrained, no matter how rich the company is. And you need to simplify, you need to make sure that your work is automated so that you can provide the reassurance that things are going to work smoothly. All right, then let's go to the next one. One thing also that's very big, and here I'm thinking in particular with the processing partners. And I've seen some players with a very large warehouse, very empty warehouse. And if I represent a big company and I'm considering giving you guys work, so allow you to scale up, I want to see that, right? So there's a cost to you because you have to pay the rent, etc. But the last thing I want is to send my own products to a place that's already so busy that you are going to break your processes by trying to handle mine. So you have to show the headroom before the RFP, not during, not after, before the RFP. Otherwise, it's a done deal. You're not going to get the RFP itself. And it has to be something that looks permanent. So I've actually walked floors where people would tell me, like, look, products are going to go here. Like, it didn't look like permanent. It probably set up the day before. That does not convince me. So as you guys try to scale up and work with the large corporations, you have to make sure that all that investment has been made and has been really settled beforehand. So as a large company, my question was not, can you scale? I had to know before I asked the question that, yeah, of course you can. It had to be really visible, almost visceral. And that's also, again, coming back to the 2 different points we had before. If I need R2, you better be R2 already. If I want some automation because I want the processing to be done the same all the time, I have to see the automation already ready beforehand with a line that's been working. So I've seen facilities saying, oh, look, I have my machine here. Like, yeah, the machine doesn't work right now. You have no volume going through it. You don't have the process yet. I'm not bringing my devices here. So there's a lot of mindset that I want you guys to think about as you start preparing to work with the big companies. You really have to be overly prepared. You have to execute today as though you already had that inventory. Next page, please. And then some other traps I've seen that catch people needlessly the overpromise on the deliver concept. So we've all done that, right? It's kind of human to say, hey, I'll figure it on the fly, and then you promise a 24-hour turnaround time, but you only staff for 48 hours. That's not gonna work, right? And the Samsung, the Allstate, the big carrier, the Assurant, the Likewise, I see an executive from Likewise, they are going to know right away. And if they see that, you're not getting the business. Data, obviously, you know that, garbage in, garbage out, data has to be secure, has to be clean. They are going to check you. They are going to check the data. They are going to ask you for reports beforehand. If it's not ready, they are going to see through that. So, and the last one, as you talk to large corporations, you want to get access to the decision maker, and that's it's not by being mean that companies do that, but and I've been in that room on both sides of it on a regular basis. You talk to somebody who says, yeah, I'll do that. I own that, and no, the owner is somebody that 2 steps above that. So if you start talking to somebody with no decision power, you're in for a rough ride. So that's always something to be aware of, and it's a trap that too many companies fall into. So, the next slide, a bit of a litmus test. As you try to be ready to scale up and to access the large accounts from the very large players in the space, really before even going for the RFP, challenge you to ask yourself who your ideal customer is, and if that as your ideal customer came in, would you be ready to crank it up? Do you have the space? Do you have the processes? Do you have the resources? Do you have the documentation? Do you have everything? You need to have everything before you really have a solid shot at that. Ask yourself also, look internally. Do you have a key employee risk? And we've all had that. Right? One guy without whom the floor doesn't work. Well, if that person leaves, what happens to your operations? And is that going to show up in the RFP? Odds are it would. And then if something happens, right, and things always do happen, problems always happen. If something goes wrong, who is going to own it? Who's going to stand up? Who's going to be responsible in the end? All those things, you need to have the answers very clearly mapped out before you even go at the account. So that's what I have. Roger, you want to take over?
So there you have it. 3 different things. 3 challenges, 3 opportunities at the same time. Collectively, they present a picture of success in this industry that has a lot of success already around the world. Before opening for questions, any other comments from anyone? Questions? Anyone? Yes. Oh, there's a microphone.
Does this work? Oh.
Yes.
Sorry. Is certification genuinely needed to compete in the mobile industry?
That's a great question. Is certification really needed in the mobile industry?
Yeah, that's a great question. I would have said 10 years ago it was a want. It was nice to have. I think today it's a need. If you want to compete, with competitors, if you want to get contracts with the bigger companies, certifications, whatever they may be, certifications are good. It's a great investment. I think now it's needed. It's something that every company should look and plan for and come up with a budget and figure out which certifications are right for you. But yeah, I think it's a must-have nowadays.
Yeah, and I would add something if you don't mind. Sure. So depending on your business model, you might think, hey, I'm just a wholesaler, I'm just going to sell direct to consumer, why would I care? But you still have customers. And those customers, at the end of the day, have choice. And they want to be reassured. They want to reduce their perceived risk. And certification, if only that, is a way to reduce the risk perception from your customer side, whether they be individual consumers or other companies. So even in those instances where it may not be required, it is still a benefit over the rest of the companies. So there's always an upside to that, at the very least.
Michael, why don't you take us through the steps briefly of how to become certified?
Sure. Each certification has its own requirements. That makes sense, but they also have a timeline. If we're talking R2 kind of a certification, we've got a requirement of at least 90 days of history. We've got downstream vendors have to be chosen, those kind of things. Maybe new software needs to be added for testing, data sanitization, quality control, things like that. That kind of a certification, which includes RIOS, or it can include the ISOs 9, 14, and 45, you're probably looking at like a 4 to 6 month process, something along the lines of that. If you were doing some of the basic ISOs, 9001, 14, 45, you're probably looking at 3 to 4 months, something like that. RIOS as well is going to have that kind of a timeline. Because when you build a system, when you build a management system that you're going to have a third party take a look at, you don't want to just scratch the surface. You want to have a robust system where they come in and there's no doubt you're meeting the requirements. There's no doubt that you're living that kind of a lifestyle for your company. Typically, we start with a get to know you phase, which let's understand what your company does. Let's understand your outputs, your inputs, things like that. And then we move to a documentation phase. As you may know, the management systems require procedures and policies and work instructions and records, and that is all takes a little bit of time. And then you must, for all of the certifications out there, you must do your own internal audit. You got to take it out for a test drive. You got to see where there may be some issues, some cracks that we need to fix. And then you're ultimately going to get to the third-party audit phase, and that's kind of how I walk clients through it. It's the get-to-know-you phase, the documentation phase. Oh, I left one out. The training phase falls in there, so we got to make sure employees are trained. We got to make sure management has, they're totally behind it, making sure that they play their role. And then we move to the internal audit phase and then the external audit phase. So each one of them have a different kind of time frame. And also, how motivated are we? Is this something we need to have by the end of the year so that we can get there? Is this something that we're going to do over the next 9 months to a year and get it right and make sure that we cover all of our bases? So. When you move towards that, having a plan, I kind of talked about this in my section when I spoke. What is your plan? Putting together then a timeline that makes sense. The best management systems I ever see are people who take their time. They want to make sure all steps are completed, all documents, all policies. And not only that, then we want to live like that for a little while, right? So that when the third party comes in to audit us, they're going to walk away not only feeling that we should be certified, but there's no doubt that we'll get there.
And Roger, could I make one other point on that? When we had dinner on Sunday, we were talking about the time for an audit, and it could be upwards of 100 hours to get prepared for that. And I said, well, could we automate that and bring it down to 70 hours maybe, decrease it by 30%? And when we talk about an audit, there could be 2 or 25 people involved in those 100 hours. That's the insanity. And when we talked about getting the time down, that's where automation can come in. These reports are at your fingertips, not 6 weeks of putting everything together because we have to go and gather stuff. And of course, the one guy or gal that has it is on vacation. Just so happens that time. And then if you don't pass the first phase, it could be another 50 hours. So via automation, staying organized out of the gate, that's where we were saying, aha, we got something.
Great point.
So you go through this process with or without automation, hopefully with. and you become certified, and out of the tens of thousands of companies in the mobility industry, you're one of 1,200 that are certified to the R2 standard. But in that same industry, the market's saturated and competitive. Margins are down. Gee, where can companies go in this industry?
It's a good question. So yeah, especially in mobility, there is a lot of competition. You guys all know that. Margins are compressed. We all know that. Number of products are going down because new phones are not being sold, and new phones being sold are more expensive too. So everything is going the wrong direction. I think there is one big area where mobility players can go and leverage some of their expertise. So for many years, long even before mobility space existed, there was ITAD. And so big servers at the time, computers, laptops, anything really that's not mobility, anything electronics that's not mobility. And ITAD has been around longer, has been bigger for a long time. And yet somehow what I found is that it's as though ITAD stopped challenging itself, and because margins were large, big, people didn't try to professionalize their operations. I have friends in ITAD. I would tell them at the time I was at Samsung. I said, "Yeah, I have a pricing guy. He's from a Goldman Sachs. That's all he does. It's pricing on my phones." And he said, "Oh, really? I just, depending on how I feel on the phone, I just learn out some price." And it worked for him, great. But if you had professionals doing pricing in the background, they could have out-competed him quickly. So I think for a lot of the mobility players today, ITAD is becoming more appealing. I've seen a shift. I was talking to an ITAD exec recently. He actually comes from the mobility space, and he said, 10 years ago, there was no one from mobility doing ITAD, and today I'm in ITAD, and 30% of my contacts come from mobility. And I believe that there is this big shift of mobility folks going to ITAD because there are more margins, and by the same token, they are bringing their processes, they are bringing their pricing muscle, and I think it's a huge opportunity for a lot of the mobility players.
So you have that, and you've made that impact. How does it come back then to automation? And what are the touch points there that you can address, Stephen, to amplify that, to either simplify the process or to cut some steps out somewhere?
I can continue with G's example of ITAD. So we have locks. The mobility space is filled with stuff. It comes in, it's locked. What do we do with it? It's locked, we put it to the side, and then tomorrow what do? We put it through again, see if it's unlocked. If we can automate those notifications to our clients when we have 6,000 phones or 6,000 laptops or whatever is on the shelf, it's chaos when you have to retest it every single time. There's no automation. If you have locks, those should be batched. Those should be automatically sent to your client. Say, this is the list of IMEIs, this is the list of serial numbers, and those should be on a cadence, automated, and then when it comes back, that processor can then retest those 25, those 100, those 700, instead of doing it every single day. And believe me, I've lived it. In addition, with the ITAD space, the notifications, the follow-up, did you ship that? Where is it? I lost my label. All of that should be completely automated. Once the request comes in, the notification goes out, the reminders go out to send the equipment back. If they do send it back, the ITAD is notified that there are 600 laptops coming in, operations can prepare for it, and they also get a thank you, so your customer knows that those 600 were delivered. There's no emails, there's no follow-ups, there's no phone calls. And when you're running say a 10,000 laptop recovery, you do not have the staff to follow up with 5,000 people that have not returned their laptop for a global 500 company. It's just, you just can't do it. So from a scaling perspective, as well as a certification perspective, you have to have the automation to be able to say you can do it and prove it once they say you're scalable and you're ready to do it.
But that sounds like even more software. And a lot of companies are hesitant to adopt more software into their ongoing operations. How would you, any one of the three of you, how would you address that?
Well, as a software company, one of the, I would say the three biggest things are time, money, and disruption. And the time, we've all gone through integrations. It's a scary word. Integrations means you've got 16 people sitting at lunch digging through everything that you have developed over the last 25 years. That's the time part of it. The money, it's scary how expensive some software is that you currently use, but you don't use it. But it's on the general ledger, and everybody says, we're so ingrained, we just can't do it because there's 12 systems attached to it. And I think the overall disruption. It is hard to change your company. And if you can get something out of the box, you can get it integrated within a day or a week, not 8 months. And it's very cost efficient, and it helps you scale and automate and be certified. That is the software you're definitely looking for.
Yeah, and I would also add on that, so companies saying software too expensive, I don't want to do software, I just want software just like other things, machines. I was talking earlier in a different panel talking about AI, all those things are tools. And fundamentally, what are they here for? They are here to be force multipliers, to make our team faster and better. And that's an investment, right? So on a good operation flow, I don't want just a machine, I also want a human, absolutely. But if the machine, if the automation allows my vendor to do a better job faster, that's who I'm going to pick. So it's an investment, right? And is there the ROI should be basically the only question people ask.
And on the certification side, the best management systems I've ever seen include software for the reasons these gentlemen just mentioned, but it cuts down on so many inefficiencies. So I agree 100% with them.
Well, just like a stable stool has 3 legs, there you go, with 3 essential parts of ongoing success of our businesses here. So, any other questions before we wrap up? Hearing none, thank you. You're released early for lunch, which is always good news, and thank you for your attendance here.
Thank you.
Thanks, Roger. Thanks, everybody.
Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
you